Close your eyes and picture it. A towering medieval castle, perched high on a rocky hill, its shadow stretching across the frozen earth below. The kind of place you've seen in storybooks and movies, proud, powerful, invincible. But tonight we're not stepping into a fairy tale. We're stepping into the truth. Because behind those thick stone walls, life wasn't just cold in temperature. It was cold in spirit, in comfort, in every creaking corner of the night. This isn't the romantic dream of kings and queens draped in velvet. This is the reality. Bitter wind cutting through the stone, frost crawling across the floor like a silent intruder, and breath turning to mist even indoors. Welcome to castle life. You're going to feel it. The first thing you'd notice, even before the scent of firewood or the echo of boots on stone, was the temperature. The deeper you walked into the halls, the colder the air became. The walls, made of thick limestone or granite, held onto the chill like a memory, never warming, not in winter, not in spring, not even under the blaze of summer sun. You could light every torch on the wall, stoke every hearth, fill every hall with the blaze of 100 logs, and still the cold would creep back in. There was no central heating, no insulation, no warm floors underfoot, just stone, just silence, just the sharp bite of dampness seeping into your bones. At night, the cold didn't let you sleep. It owned you. Even the wealthy wrapped themselves in layer upon layer of furs and wool, huddling beneath heavy quilts, yet still they shivered. Servants slept on straw pallets in the corners of rooms, or directly on the floor, close to the embers of the dying fire. The chill was a constant companion, a reminder that even surrounded by wealth and protection, you could still be deeply uncomfortable. And the cold didn't just hover in the air, it lived in the walls. It radiated from the floor. It settled in your chest and made you cough through the long, slow nights. Moisture was everywhere. Stone walls, porous and unsealed, absorbed the rain, the mist, and the fog. Over time they wept. You could run your fingers along a castle corridor and come away with damp fingertips. Mold grew in the corners, iron rusted, bedding never fully dried, and when winter storms rolled through, snow would sometimes find its way in through cracks and warped shutters, leaving small drifts inside the castle itself. The fires burned constantly, not for warmth, but for survival. And still, the draft pushed its way under doors, through keyholes, down chimneys, and across the skin of every living soul who dared call this place home. There were no heated baths, no hot showers. Washing yourself meant braving icy water hauled from a well and poured into a basin that steamed for a moment, and then turned frigid. People didn't bathe often because it was such an ordeal. Not because they were lazy or uncivilized, but because the simple act of undressing in that kind of cold was punishing. So they stayed layered, wrapped and bundled, wearing the same clothes for days, sometimes weeks at a time. Even the tapestries that lined the walls weren't there for beauty. They were there as insulation, thick, heavy cloth, meant to trap just a whisper of warmth against the stone. And in all of this, the freezing floors, the icy breath, the constant battle against the creeping cold, there was no escape, no modern relief. You couldn't turn a dial, flip a switch, or shut a window to keep it out. You endured, because that was castle life, romantic in legend, ruthless in truth. Now, let your body sink deeper into the warmth of your own bed. Feel the contrast, the softness of the mattress, the gentle heat under your blankets, the quiet hum of modern safety. Let the cold of the past drift farther and farther away, replaced by gratitude for where you are. Because while castles may have promised protection, they never promised comfort. And tonight, you're not there. You're here, safe, warm, drifting. You've felt the cold now, the kind that doesn't just chill your skin but sinks into the bones and waits there. But the cold was only part of the hardship, because once the fires burned low and the wind died down, something else crept in, something smaller, more invasive, the kind of discomfort that no walls, no wealth, and no amount of status could keep out. Castles weren't clean, not in the way we understand cleanliness today. They weren't sterile or even particularly sanitary. They were infested, crawling, scuttling, nesting with bugs, rats, and rot. It didn't matter if you were a king, a servant, or a visiting knight. If you lived within those stone walls, you shared your life with creatures you never invited. Fleas and lice were constant companions. They lived in the seams of your clothing, buried in your bedding, and laid their eggs in your hair. People scratched themselves raw and combed through their scalps with fine-toothed picks just to remove what they could see, but they could never remove it all. You could go to sleep under heavy wool blankets, wrapped in fur-lined cloaks, and still wake up with red marks trailing down your back, or the soft tickle of something moving across your skin. Rushes were spread on the floors, mats of straw or reeds meant to absorb the mess of daily life. But over time, they became filthy, saturated with spilled ale, scraps of food, human waste, and worse. And inside them lived the insects, beetles, maggots, worms, the kind of creatures that thrived in the warmth of decay. These rushes weren't changed often, sometimes not for months. They sat there, layer after layer, absorbing everything and feeding what lived beneath. Rats roamed freely, not in the shadows, but in plain sight. You'd hear them in the rafters, behind the walls, under your feet. You'd see them dash across the kitchens, nibble at the edge of a loaf, or disappear behind barrels in the storeroom. They chewed through cloth, stole grain, and slept in the straw like everyone else. But they weren't just annoying, they were deadly. The fleas they carried brought more than itching. They carried the plague, and when it came, it didn't knock politely. It burst through the castle like a storm, taking nobles and servants alike. A single bite from an unseen flea could mean fever, swelling, delirium, and death. Entire households were wiped out, whole families gone in a week. Even the food wasn't safe. Without refrigeration, meat spoiled quickly, bread grew mold, dried goods attracted pests. You might bite into something and find it already occupied. A beetle, a worm, something that moved. And you still might finish the meal because options were limited and hunger was always close. Then there was the waste. Chamber pots emptied into courtyards, refuse tossed into the moat, a constant stench lingering in the air, soaked into the walls, trailing on your clothes. People walked through it, slept above it, breathed it in every day, and disease followed. Dysentery, typhoid, fevers with no names. Germs weren't understood, but their consequences were. Even if no one knew why people died, they knew that death was common. And yet, life went on. People adapted. They scratched. They endured. They accepted the presence of creatures and sickness as simply part of being alive. Now breathe in deeply. Feel the clean air around you, the silence, the comfort. You're not sharing your space with anything unseen. No scratching in the walls, no rustling under your bed. You are alone, safely, peacefully alone. Let that awareness soften your body. Let it ease your mind, because tonight you are not in that castle. You are far from the insects and the rot. You are here, and you are clean, and you are safe. You've already walked the cold stone corridors. You've felt the insects, heard the rats, and smelled the air thick with rot. But what comes next? It's not talked about in fairy tales. It's not whispered in bedtime stories. Yet it was part of daily life, unavoidable, unglamorous, and unforgettable. Because in a medieval castle, even the most basic human need, where to relieve yourself, was an experience of its own. There were no toilets, no running water, no plumbing. Just a wooden bench with a hole cut into it, often tucked into a narrow shaft built into the castle wall. These were called garderobes, and they weren't private. They were drafty, exposed, and smelled exactly as you'd expect. Waste dropped straight down the chute, sometimes into the moat, sometimes into a cesspit carved out of the rock below. It didn't disappear, it lingered, and in the warmer months it festered. Some castles had chutes that emptied onto the side of a cliff or into a flowing river, but most weren't so fortunate. The refuse built up. The stench crawled back up the shaft. On windy days, it blew straight into the room. No one went there to relax. You held your breath, did what you had to do, and left quickly. There were no wipes, no toilet paper, moss, cloth scraps, straw, maybe water if you were lucky. The most refined nobles might have access to linen rags, but even that was rare. And these cloths were reused, sometimes rinsed in basins, often not. You can imagine what lived on them: disease, parasites, and everything you hoped you left behind. But there was no choice. You did what everyone else did, and you endured. And the smell was never far. Even the grandest great halls, the places of feasting and music, were often built directly above or beside the garderobes. The warmth from the fires couldn't chase it away. It clung to the stone. It soaked into the wood. It became part of the air, part of the fabric of the castle itself. There was no flushing it, no sealing it off. No candles or herbs could truly mask it. You lived with it. And over time your senses dulled, but it never truly disappeared. Sometimes, in the heart of winter, people used chamber pots instead, simple bowls placed under beds or in the corners of rooms. At night, too cold to make the walk to the garderobe, they would relieve themselves indoors. The pot would be full by morning, and someone, a servant, a child, sometimes even a guest, had to carry it out, sloshing with contents, down the stairs, across the courtyard, to dump it outside the walls, maybe into the moat, maybe onto the pile where all waste was thrown. And then you returned inside, walking the same path everyone else did, through footprints, through spill, through the residue of living without plumbing. There was no shame in it. It was life. But it was not clean. It was not private. It was not easy. Now breathe again. Feel how far you are from all of that, from the cold stone seat, from the echoing drop beneath you, from the smell rising through the floorboards. You are here now, in warmth and in peace, in stillness. Let that gratitude rise with each breath. Let your body soften into the knowledge that you are far from the garderobe and close to sleep. You've walked through the chill. You've scratched at the bugs. You've held your breath in the dark over a cold stone hole. And just when you think it couldn't get more uncomfortable, you realize there was something even more dangerous hiding in the heart of the castle. Something everyone needed. but everyone feared fire. It was the one thing that made castle life bearable. The flicker of a hearth, the brief embrace of warmth in a freezing room. But fire in a medieval castle wasn't just comfort. It was threat. It was destruction. It was always one mistake away from disaster. Everything inside the castle that wasn't stone could burn. The wooden rafters, the furniture, the straw-stuffed mattresses, the rushes on the floor. Even the tapestries and curtains meant to insulate the cold became kindling. One drop torch, one spark from the fireplace, one candle left burning too close to fabric, and everything could vanish. The fires were never sealed away behind glass or brick. There were no chimneys in early castles. Smoke poured into the room, staining the ceilings black, stinging your eyes, choking the air. It curled under doorways and seeped into every corner. You breathed it in without thinking, because that's how things were. Open flames lined the halls, torches fixed to walls, candles flickering in iron holders, fire pits dug into the center of stone floors. Every room that dared hope for warmth had to risk flame. And the people who tended them? Servants, children, guards half asleep from long shifts. One nod, one stumble, one gust of wind, and everything changed. There were no alarms, no hoses, no water pressure. When a fire broke out, you didn't hear sirens. You heard panic. You heard shouting in the stairwells, the pounding of feet on stone, the screams of livestock in the lower halls. Buckets were filled by hand and passed in lines, one by one, from the well to the flames. Sometimes it worked. Often it didn't. And in the middle of winter, when warmth was most precious, people still hesitated, because the same fire that kept you alive could take everything from you by morning. Entire wings of castles were lost to flames. Towers collapsed. Roofs caved in. Smoke suffocated before the fire ever touched skin. Even those who escaped were marked, hair singed, faces blackened. The smell of ash soaked into clothing, into walls, into memory. It lingered, not just as a scent, but as a warning. And yet, every night, the fires were lit again, because without them, the cold would win. You couldn't live in a stone fortress without flame, so you lived with the risk, every day, every hour. Now breathe deeper, listen to the silence around you. No fire flickering too close, no torches left unattended, no shadows dancing across the walls. You are warm tonight, but not in fear. You are safe. You are surrounded by stillness, by calm, by softness. Let it hold you as you drift. Let it protect you the way castle walls never could. You've seen the flames. You've felt the fear of them licking at the walls, just as much as you longed for their warmth. But now, imagine the fire has died down. The air is still, and the scent of smoke is replaced by something else, something heavier. Meat roasting, bread baking, spices lingering in the stone. It might sound like comfort, but in a castle, food was never just about nourishment. It was about power. And unless you were at the very top, you weren't feasting. You were surviving. The kitchens were the beating heart of a castle, hidden deep in the lower halls, or set apart entirely in separate stone buildings to prevent fires from spreading. Inside them, massive hearths roared, pots boiled with thick stews, and servants rushed between flames and knives, working from dawn until long after nightfall. For the nobles, the meals were grand: roasted game birds with plum sauces, fresh loaves stacked high on silver platters, thick gravies seasoned with imported spice, and honey-sweetened pastries that shimmered in candlelight. The smell alone was intoxicating, but it wasn't for everyone. The common folk, even the castle's own staff, rarely tasted those luxuries. What they got instead was the food that didn't make the table: gruel, dried peas, tough bread baked with ground bark or old flour, whatever was left over or nearly spoiled. If meat made it into a servant's bowl, it was a rare gift, stringy, often boiled past recognition, and shared between many. Spices were the currency of kings. A pinch of pepper was worth gold. Cinnamon, saffron, cloves. These weren't just flavor, they were status. They came from far away, carried across deserts and oceans, and only those at the very top ever tasted them. For the rest, meals were blunt and basic, built for survival, not satisfaction. And in winter, when the harvests failed or the stores ran low, even the nobles began to worry. Without refrigeration or sealed containers, food spoiled quickly. Salted meat turned sour, dried fruit molded, grains sprouted weevils. People ate what they had, and when they didn't have enough, they didn't eat at all. During sieges, things turned desperate. Cellars were emptied, horses were slaughtered, rats became rations. The same moats that once carried waste were now hunted for frogs. Even nobles gnawed on old bones while listening to the enemy's war drums echo from beyond the gate. There was no glory in hunger, and yet the feast halls remained decorated. The illusion of abundance mattered more than the reality of empty stomachs. But on feast days, the rare ones, the contrast was stunning. Dozens of dishes laid out, meat sculpted into mythical beasts, swans refeathered and stuffed, ale flowing freely, music rising over the clatter of knives and goblets. These were displays of dominance as much as celebration, a reminder to every guest that this house had power, enough to eat well while others starved, enough to flavor their meat with gold. And yet, even in those moments, the kitchen workers never sat. They served, cleaned, prepared for the next meal. Their hands were blistered, their clothes soaked in sweat, their meals eaten cold in silence, long after the laughter in the hall had faded. Now breathe in deeply. Let the quiet of your own space settle around you. You don't need to fight for a scrap or serve in the shadows. You are full, safe, warm, and no one will take your comfort from you. Let your body release. Let the hunger of that ancient world fade behind you. You've seen the weapons hidden in the architecture, the traps built into the stone. The castle was never truly still, always waiting, always watching. But for all its clever design and deadly defense, there's one truth that's often forgotten in the retelling. Most of the people who lived inside these walls weren't kings or queens. They weren't knights or lords. They were servants, workers, common souls doing hard labor from sunup to nightfall, with no luxury and no voice, because behind every grand title were 100 people holding up the weight of someone else's comfort. The castle might have belonged to a noble family, but it didn't run on bloodlines. It ran on sweat. Servants rose before dawn, moving through the halls like ghosts, preparing meals they'd never taste, cleaning floors they didn't own, lighting fires they couldn't rest beside. There were cooks and scullions, grooms for the horses, boys to fetch water, girls to empty chamber pots, pages trained in obedience, not freedom, maids whose hands cracked from cold wash water and rough wool. These were the people who kept the place alive, and yet most of them lived in shadows. Their rooms, if you could call them that, were tucked into corners, damp, drafty, often shared with others. Some slept on straw pallets near the kitchens, others in alcoves above the stables. Privacy didn't exist, status didn't exist, just roles, passed down, reinforced, and rarely questioned. And if you were born into the castle's working class, it didn't matter how clever or strong you were. You weren't climbing that ladder, not unless someone died or you became useful in some new, painful way. Even noble children had little control. From the moment they could walk, they were groomed for alliances, marriages, or service. A boy might be sent away at 7 to become a page in another lord's house, polishing armor, memorizing etiquette, waiting for the chance to train as a squire. A girl might be married off by 12, her body no longer hers, her future already signed away in ink and seal. There was no childhood in a castle, just apprenticeship to expectation. And then there were the guards, the men who patrolled the halls, manned the towers, and stood outside doors in full armor, often for hours at a time. Their lives were a constant loop of vigilance, fatigue, and fear. They weren't noble either, not really. Just paid swords, replaceable, forgotten. If an arrow found them, another would be sent to stand in their place. No matter where you looked in a castle, most of the faces were not regal. They were tired, calloused, dutiful, and most of those people, the ones who cooked, cleaned, protected, and endured, would never be remembered. Their names lost to the stone, but they were the ones who kept the castle standing. Shall we keep going? The next truth is simpler, but no less cruel. When darkness fell and the fires dimmed, there was very little light, and even less comfort. You've seen the people, the ones history forgets, the hands that fed the fire, scrubbed the floors, and stood guard while others slept. But after the chores were done and the voices faded into silence, something else crept in. Darkness. Not the kind we know today, broken by the hum of streetlights or the glow of a screen, but real darkness, deep, heavy, unforgiving. Because in a medieval castle, light was rare, and when the sun went down, the world closed in. There were no switches to flip, no steady bulbs to brighten a hallway. When night fell, it fell completely. The only sources of light were fire, flame, and oil, each one costly, fickle, and dangerous. Candles were made from tallow, the fat of animals, and they burned with a foul smell and a thick, smoky haze. Their light was dim and short-lived, often reserved for those with status. Servants got none or made do with a single stub to share between them. And if the tallow ran out, the night swallowed everything. Torches lined the halls, but not every hall. Only the main walkways were kept lit, and even then, not consistently. One torch every 10 feet, if that. The glow barely reached the ground. Shadows moved constantly. Corners disappeared. You had to know where you were going, or risk walking straight into a wall, or something worse. Oil lamps were used in some wealthier castles, but oil itself was expensive. Olive oil was imported, and animal oil required labor, so every drop was measured. Lamps were small, fragile, and smoky. Their flames flickered with the slightest breath of air. If you were lucky, a noble's chamber might have 2, one at the writing table, one near the bed, and both carefully shielded from drafts. But the corridors, the kitchens, the stairwells, they were left in the dark. Even the grand feasting halls, The places of pageantry and light were only bright during the events themselves. When the guests left and the fire burned low, the same room became a cave of blackened stone. Guards stood watch by moonlight. Servants carried coals in covered dishes to guide their steps. One wrong turn, one unlit stare, and a fall could be fatal. People broke bones in the dark. Some simply vanished. There were no glowing windows looking out over the landscape. Most castle windows were narrow slits designed for defense, not illumination. And they were often shuttered at night or covered with cloth to keep out the cold. What little starlight might have crept through was usually blocked. So the rooms turned inward, sealed off from the world outside. The darkness played tricks too. A flickering torch made shadows dance. The mind filled in the blanks. Was that a figure in the corner? A rat? A ghost? Superstition thrived in these shadows. People told stories of spirits in the halls, of cold hands reaching from behind. And who could blame them? When a castle fell silent and the last flame guttered out, there was no proof of anything. Just sound, just movement, just breathe. And still, people lived inside this. They memorized their paths, counted their steps, trusted the feel of a wall under their palm. They adapted, not because it got easier, but because they had no choice. You've walked the halls in darkness, lit only by flame and instinct. You felt the silence pressing in, the kind of quiet that makes the smallest sound feel louder than it should. But now ask yourself, what did people do with all those hours? When the day's work was done, when the sky turned black, and when the wind clawed at the shutters, how did they pass the time? Because the truth is, despite what stories might suggest, life in a castle was not filled with endless music, dancing and banquets. It was slow, repetitive, and most of all, it was boring. There were no books for most, no libraries filled with adventure or romance. Literacy was a luxury, usually reserved for the clergy and the highest-ranking nobles. For everyone else, stories were passed by word of mouth, told beside the fire if there was one, whispered before sleep, shared in hushed tones between servants cleaning floors. Music, yes, occasionally, but instruments were expensive, and trained musicians even more so. If a minstrel did come through the gates, it was rare, and usually part of a larger event hosted by the Lord. Most evenings, there was no music at all, just the crackle of fire and the sounds of people trying to stay warm. Tournaments and feasts, the kinds you've seen in movies, weren't everyday occurrences. They were tied to specific religious festivals or diplomatic events, celebrations meant to impress visiting nobles or reinforce alliances. And even then, only the elite attended. Servants were busy preparing food, fetching drinks, scrubbing floors. They weren't guests, they were background. For most people, a celebration meant working harder than usual, then eating scraps left behind. Games existed, but they were simple. Dice, board games like Nine Men's Morris, or wagers over physical contests. But pieces could be lost, boards could be broken, and for the poor, even a carved token was something to guard. There was no television, no theatre, no glowing screen to distract the restless mind. If you weren't rich and you weren't working, you were either sleeping or staring at the wall. For the nobility, entertainment often meant politics, hosting guests, making alliances, negotiating marriages. Conversations stretched into the night, filled with maneuvering rather than joy. For noble women, most nights involved needlework by candlelight, repetitive stitching, quiet voices, tired eyes, the kind of leisure that wasn't restful, just expected. Children were not spared from this. There were no toys in the modern sense. A doll made of cloth, a wooden horse, a ball of rags. They played when they could, but mostly they mimicked adults. Boys learned how to carry swords. Girls practiced how to pour wine or sew. There was no concept of free time, just preparation. And in the quiet hours, when the day was finished and there was nothing left to distract the mind, the weight of castle life became undeniable. The loneliness, the waiting, the repetition. Many filled the space with prayer, long whispered rituals meant to keep fear at bay, fear of sin, of punishment, of death. Because when there's nothing to do and nowhere to go, your mind becomes its own battlefield. That was castle life at night. Not parties, not adventure, just long hours, long silences, long shadows. Darkness wasn't just the absence of light. In a castle, it was a stage where power, superstition, and silence all took their place. But the most commanding force didn't come from torches or steel. It came from something far more intangible, the church. In the medieval world, religion wasn't a choice. It was the framework, the calendar, the explanation for every hardship, every illness, every victory. Faith wasn't just practiced, it was enforced, woven into every hour of castle life, from the humblest servant to the lord of the keep. The day began with prayer, not out of personal devotion, but because that's how time was measured. Monastic bells tolled at set intervals, matins, lauds, prime, reminders that your life was not your own. It belonged to God. Work paused for these rituals, meals were delayed, conversations ended mid-sentence. Even the beating of carpets or the mending of armor might stop so a chapel could fill with kneeling bodies and murmured Latin. Inside the castle, there was almost always a private chapel, small, cold, humble in size, but not in influence. The chaplain held more sway than many knights. He heard confessions, advised the Lord, read omens into the weather or the health of a newborn child. His presence ensured that every action, from childbirth to punishment, was observed under the gaze of heaven. The church had a say in everything: who could marry, who could inherit, who could be buried within sacred ground. If the chaplain turned against you, so might the entire household. For the common folk, religion was both a source of comfort and control. Few could read scripture themselves, so they relied on paintings, relics, and stories passed from mouth to mouth. Hell was described in vivid, brutal detail, not as an abstract idea, but as a place waiting just outside the gate. A single sin could mean eternal punishment, and sins were everywhere: failing to kneel, eating meat on the wrong day, harboring unspoken doubt. Fear wasn't an occasional feeling, it was constant, justified, encouraged. Fasting days were frequent. More than half the year, meat was forbidden. Some obeyed out of piety, others out of pressure. Confession was not private, at least not socially. People talked. A lord's sins might be forgiven in the chapel, but they were rarely forgotten in the halls. Holy days dominated the calendar. Work halted. Feasts were prepared in honor of saints whose names no one remembered, only that the penalty for skipping Mass might be worse than missing wages. Children were baptized quickly, often within hours of birth, not out of joy, but out of fear they might die unblessed. Death without a priest was a terror greater than disease. And still, religion brought structure. It gave shape to time, to life, to suffering. It offered explanations for plagues, for famine, for failed crops and failed children. Whether it was truth, control, or something in between, it was constant. Stone was the foundation of it all. The walls, the towers, the winding staircases that spiraled toward shadowed ceilings. It looked strong, permanent, impenetrable. But it wasn't comfortable, and it wasn't easy to live inside. A castle might have promised safety from the outside world, but it demanded constant attention from the people within, because without it, the place would fall apart. The structure was always under pressure, not just from enemies or weather, but from time. Rain seeped into the mortar. Frost expanded tiny cracks into jagged splits. Wooden beams swelled and buckled with moisture. Roof tiles loosened in the wind and crashed into courtyards below. Floors warped. Doors jammed. The castle wasn't a finished product. It was a living burden that needed daily upkeep to keep from turning into a ruin. Maintenance wasn't occasional. It was endless. There were masons to patch stonework, carpenters to reinforce ceilings, blacksmiths to mend iron hinges that rusted in the damp. Servants hauled sand, lime and clay by the bucket. Thatched roofs in outer buildings had to be replaced seasonally. Wells collapsed, moats filled with debris, fires damaged beams, mold spread in the basements, rodents tunneled under walls. Every part of the castle had to be watched and patched and reinforced. The cold didn't help. Moisture clung to everything: bedding, stairwells, the undersides of tables. Walls sweated in the spring. Mold grew behind tapestries meant to block drafts, and there was no such thing as insulation. Stone didn't just trap cold, it invited it in. Every winter brought a new round of repairs, and every thaw revealed fresh damage. The cycle never stopped. Even the most basic aspects of castle life could collapse without warning. A blocked chimney meant smoke poured back into the room, blackening walls and choking the air. A leaky ceiling meant ruined grain stores. A crack in the outer wall might seem small until water, then moss, then ice worked its way in. A loose stairstone could break an ankle. A warped door might trap someone inside a chamber during a fire. All of this fell on the shoulders of people who didn't own the castle: labourers, peasants, hired workers paid in coin or bread. Their job wasn't to build something beautiful, it was to stop it from falling apart. And when something went wrong, when a tower leaned or a beam cracked, blame travelled fast. Someone hadn't done their job. Someone would be punished. The castle didn't care how tired you were, how short the daylight was, or whether you had tools. It simply demanded, and if no one kept up, the entire system failed. A fortress could become a tomb in a matter of days, not from attack, but from neglect. The walls could be patched, the roofs could be repaired, but when the food began to vanish, there was nothing anyone could do but wait and hope. The structure might have held, but inside, people began to hollow out. Hunger came quietly in a castle, not always as a crisis, sometimes just as a slow, gnawing presence that worsened with every sunrise. Preserving food was difficult, especially in winter. There was no refrigeration, no airtight containers. Meats were salted, smoked, or dried. Grains were stored in bins. Fruit was cooked into jams or preserved in honey. But even with preparation, supplies ran low. Spoilage was constant. Mice invaded cellars. Insects chewed through sacks of flour. Dried goods molded in damp rooms. Food that had been meant to last months might be gone in weeks. For the poor, The stable hands, the kitchen workers, the field labourers. Winter meant a diet of stale bread, thin broth, and whatever root vegetables hadn't frozen solid. Meals were smaller, less frequent, sometimes skipped altogether. Even those in the great hall began to feel it. The platters grew simpler, less meat, fewer spices, ale watered down to make it last longer. When spring came late, the hunger came early. In times of siege, the hunger turned desperate. Gates closed, trade stopped. What you had inside was all you had. Horses were slaughtered for meat. Dogs disappeared. Rats became a source of protein. People boiled leather, scraped moss from stone walls, dug through waste piles for anything edible. Rumors spread. Who was hoarding? Who was hiding food? Suspicion turned neighbors into enemies. Famine wasn't always the result of siege. Failed harvests happened often. A bad summer, too much rain, not enough. The grain simply didn't come, and when it didn't, the castle tightened its belt. Rations were issued, punishments handed out for theft. Bread was stretched with sawdust or crushed bark. People ate less, moved slower, grew pale and quiet. Children with sunken eyes, elders who stopped speaking. Hunger didn't scream, it whispered. And then it stopped whispering altogether. Even the privileged felt it eventually. Nobles who once demanded 5-course meals now stared at half-empty plates. The servants they scolded for late dinners had nothing to cook. The larders echoed. The fires in the hearth kept burning, but there was nothing left in the pot. And still, life went on. The gates stayed closed. The banners kept flying, because appearances mattered, because admitting desperation was admitting weakness, and in a world built on power, nothing was more dangerous than appearing vulnerable. But hunger didn't care about appearances. There were no crowds, no cities bustling just beyond the drawbridge. Most castles stood alone, perched on cliffs, buried in forests, or surrounded by endless fields. What seemed impressive from a distance could feel suffocating up close, because when the gates were shut and the roads washed out, you were stuck. And no matter how many people shared those stone walls with you, the loneliness ran deep. Travel wasn't easy. Roads were rough, dangerous, or completely impassable during certain seasons. Visiting another town could take days. Letters were rare. News from beyond the walls might arrive weeks late or not at all. People could disappear into the horizon and never return. And if you lived in a castle, chances were you saw the same faces every day, the same routines, same voices, same empty sky through the same narrow windows. For noble women, the isolation was often worst. They were expected to remain indoors, to sew, pray, oversee the household, and wait. There were no schools, no social events unless you hosted them yourself. Conversations revolved around lineage, marriage, and appearances. A young bride sent to live in her husband's castle might be surrounded by dozens of people and still feel utterly alone. No friends, no familiar voices, just stone, silence, and the echo of duty she never asked for. Even those with responsibilities, the steward managing the books, the guards on patrol, the stable hands feeding the horses, felt the drag of repetition. The tasks never changed, the walls never moved, days blurred into one another. Time passed slowly, especially in winter. Snow piled outside, the sky stayed grey. There were no holidays in the modern sense, just religious feasts and work before and after them. When boredom took hold, it wasn't just a feeling, it was a threat. It bred restlessness, rumours, accusations. Small tensions flared into real conflict. A servant snapped at a superior, a guard ignored an order, a noble stirred up rivalry just for the sake of stimulation. With no distractions, people turned inward, and what they found wasn't always peaceful. Children played in courtyards, but even their games were limited. No toys beyond what could be carved or stuffed, no books to learn from unless a priest taught them, no places to go. Their world was the castle, and only the castle. The same walls, the same rooms, the same view, always. And when night fell, there was no light to escape into, no noise, no crowd, just the cold, the dark, and your own thoughts. Isolation in a castle didn't always look dramatic. Sometimes it was just the quiet ache of sameness, the creeping question of whether life would ever change, and the sinking feeling that it wouldn't. Walls weren't just cold and heavy, they were thin in the ways that mattered. Privacy didn't exist in a medieval castle, not for the servants, not for the guards, and not even for the lords and ladies who ruled over them. Every part of life was shared, watched, overheard. Bedrooms weren't sanctuaries. Most nobles slept with their attendants nearby, sometimes in the same room, sometimes just beyond a curtain. Servants slept in stairwells, on pallets near the fire, or crammed together in upper galleries. Entire families might share a single chamber. If you bathed, someone helped you. If you dressed, someone watched. If you prayed, someone knelt beside you. Moments alone were rare and usually short. Letters could be read, conversations could be overheard. Whispers travelled fast in stone hallways. Servants passed messages without speaking a word. A sideways glance could carry more weight than a formal decree. Power lived in secrets, and in a place with no doors that locked from the inside, secrets were hard to keep. Even the latrines weren't private. Garderobes, narrow shafts set into the walls, were built side by side, sometimes with only waist-height dividers. You sat in silence next to someone doing the same. Smell didn't care about status, and neither did shame. For women especially, privacy was a myth. Whether noble or not, they were expected to be visible, dressed properly, acting properly, watched by others to ensure they followed the roles assigned to them. A slip in behavior wasn't just a personal embarrassment. It was a threat to reputation, to marriage, to survival. So they stayed composed, even when exhausted, even when grieving, even when terrified. At night the walls still had ears. Guards stood just outside chamber doors. Maids slept in corners. Any argument, any sob, any name muttered in frustration, someone heard, and someone would repeat it. There were no diaries, no locked rooms, no breaks from expectation. If you were angry, you swallowed it. If you were afraid, you buried it. The idea of being alone with your thoughts, uninterrupted and unseen, was a luxury the castle never offered. And yet people lived this way for decades. They built families, made decisions, waged wars, all within reach of watching eyes and listening walls. They learned to speak carefully, to smile without meaning it, to live without solitude. When everything you do is observed, when there's no corner to retreat into, life becomes performance. But even performance has its pauses, unless you live in a place where danger never sleeps. In the castle, stillness was deceptive. Even in the quiet moments, people were preparing, watching, bracing, because at any time, day or night, the threat of war could turn the rhythm of daily life into chaos. The castle wasn't just a home, it was a military outpost, and everyone inside it knew that safety was temporary. There was no true peace, only stretches of silence between conflicts. Lords were constantly guarding their borders, monitoring rival families, collecting intelligence from traveling merchants, or sending scouts out beyond the trees. Armed men patrolled the outer walls. Scouts reported signs of movement, and if a messenger arrived bearing a seal no one expected, the entire household would tense. What was written inside could mean alliance or invasion. The drawbridge wasn't symbolic. It was a barrier that could be raised in moments. Gates slammed shut with the sound of iron and urgency. Torches were lit. Archers took position. No one questioned the drill, not even the youngest pages. Everyone had a role, because the assumption was that one day, those roles would become necessary. Castles were stocked not just with food, but with weapons, bows, swords, arrows, boiling oil, stones for dropping through murder holes, all kept ready. Every stairwell had a purpose. Every tower had a sightline. Even the water in the well was monitored and rationed in case of siege. Castles weren't built for aesthetics. They were designed for endurance, for holding out, for outlasting whatever came from beyond the hills. And when fighting did come, it didn't happen far away on some distant field. It happened at the door, just outside the walls, or sometimes within them, from betrayal, uprising, or internal power plays. The people inside the castle couldn't simply flee. They were trapped by the same walls meant to protect them. For the guards and soldiers, the tension was constant. Armor wasn't just ceremonial, it was daily wear. Weapons had to be oiled and sharpened even when there was no immediate threat. Muscles stayed tight, sleep stayed shallow, because if an enemy came during the night, there would be no warning. Even the sound of horses in the distance could spark panic. Was it a hunting party returning, or a raiding band from across the border? Until the flags could be identified, no one relaxed. Every stranger was a possible threat. Every feast could turn into a farewell. Children were raised on this awareness. Boys learned the weight of a sword before they could spell their own names. Girls were taught to manage households during siege, to ration food, to command servants, to remain composed while the walls shook. There were no long stretches of safety, just long stretches of tension. The enemy didn't always ride on horseback or storm the gates. Sometimes it was already inside, creeping slowly, quietly, until one person fell ill, then another. You couldn't swing a sword at it. You couldn't fortify a wall against it. And once it took hold, no amount of rank, wealth, or prayer could guarantee survival. Because in the medieval world, illness wasn't just common, it was lethal. And inside a castle, the options were limited and terrifying. There were no doctors as we know them. There were healers, herbalists, monks trained in ancient remedies, and occasionally surgeons. But their knowledge was crude, based on fragments of ancient texts, superstition, and trial and error. A fever wasn't diagnosed, it was endured. A wound wasn't disinfected, it was packed with moss, honey, or stitched shut with dirty thread. There were no antibiotics, no sterilization, no understanding of bacteria or viruses. Just hope, and often pain. Leeches were used to drain bad humors. A headache might be treated with crushed mint or willow bark. Toothaches were handled by extraction. No anesthetic, no tools beyond forceps or pliers. If a bone broke, it was set by hand and splintered with wood. If it healed poorly, you limped for life. If an infection set in, your body swelled with fever until you either recovered or didn't. Bleeding was common practice. draining blood from a sick patient to balance their internal state. Sometimes it worked by accident. Often it weakened them further. A common cold could spiral into pneumonia. A minor cut could become gangrenous. Childbirth was dangerous. So was diarrhea. So was anything that broke the skin or raised your temperature. Hospitals didn't exist in castles. The sick were often kept in side rooms, away from the main halls, in cold chambers where they could be watched, and in some cases, isolated. If a noble fell ill, they might receive better herbs, better linens, more prayer. But the outcome was still a gamble. If a servant fell ill, they were often left to recover on their own, or quietly replaced. There were no painkillers beyond alcohol or poppy-based tinctures, no surgery beyond crude amputation, often performed without consent, and almost always without survival. And after death, there were no autopsies, no investigation. Just the quick arrangement of burial rites, assuming a priest was available and the body wasn't deemed unclean. People feared sickness not just because of the pain, but because of what it symbolized. Was it divine punishment? A curse? The mark of sin plague, in particular, turned entire households into prisons. Doors were bolted shut from the outside. Family members refused to enter each other's rooms. The moment someone coughed blood or showed swelling in the neck, panic set in, and there was often no time to prepare. Still, they carried on. Because they had to. Because death was not rare or extraordinary. It was part of the rhythm, part of the design. Disease could kill a body quickly, but betrayal, that could gut a household without a single drop of blood spilled. At least not at first, because while castles were built to withstand armies, they were far more vulnerable to something quiet, something internal. In the medieval world, politics wasn't a game played in courts and parliaments. It was personal. It lived inside the walls, and it could be just as deadly as a sword. Power inside a castle was always shifting. A nobleman's favor could turn with a glance. Alliances were never permanent. Marriages were contracts. Friendships were tools. If you had land, wealth, or a title, someone else wanted it, and they weren't always coming at you with a blade. Sometimes they smiled, sometimes they knelt, sometimes they handed you a goblet of wine. Poison wasn't fantasy, it was method. Slow-acting herbs stirred into stew, powdered metals laced into wine. A few drops in the wrong cup and a rival could be gone by morning, or suffering for weeks, wasting away with no explanation. A sickness that couldn't be blamed on the gods, only whispered about. Even among family, trust was fragile. Brothers turned against brothers. Stewards betrayed their lords. Daughters were married off to forge alliances and then used to spy on their new households. A guard could be bribed. A priest could be bought. Loyalty was never absolute, because everyone in the castle was trying to survive. And sometimes, survival meant turning on the hand that fed you. The great hall might have been filled with feasts, but beneath the surface, it was a stage. Every glance, every seat placement, every toast had meaning. Who sat near the Lord? Who was excluded? Who received gifts at holidays? These weren't casual details, they were signals, and reading them wrong could cost someone their status or their life. Castles didn't just keep enemies out, they held potential traitors in. Once those gates closed, there was nowhere to hide. If rumors spread, if suspicions grew, punishment could come quickly. A sudden arrest, an execution carried out in the courtyard, a body dragged through the halls to remind others what silence was worth. And the truth? It wasn't always necessary. If a lord believed you'd conspired against him, that was enough. Even the staff couldn't stay detached. Servants were often used as messengers, spies, or scapegoats. If two nobles were scheming, it was often a kitchen boy or maid who delivered the note, poured the wine, or opened the wrong door. If they were caught, they might hang, even if they didn't understand what they'd been part of. In the end, power wasn't always about who had the strongest army. It was about who was watching, who was listening, who was willing to act before their enemies did. And in a place where ambition simmered beneath civility, the most dangerous weapon wasn't a sword or a bow. It was information. Political games were played in candlelight and silence, but the rest of castle life was much more obvious and far less glamorous. Power may have rested on bloodlines and ambition, but day-to-day survival rested on something simpler, the conditions of the place itself. You could be a noble, you could be a servant, but either way, you were living in a building that, for all its strength, was filthy. Stone walls weren't clean. They couldn't be. Smoke from torches and hearths stained them black. Moisture collected in the corners. Mold spread behind tapestries. There were no disinfectants, no soaps beyond lye and rough ash, and no one scrubbed the walls. Why would they? You couldn't smell mildew over the stench of everything else. Floors were covered in rushes, straw, herbs, dried reeds, meant to soften footsteps and soak up spills. But those same rushes were rarely changed. Food scraps, grease, wine, dirt, blood, and human waste all sank down and stayed. Insects nested in the layers, fleas, lice, worms. The floor itself became a living thing, crawling, rotting, decaying. The air wasn't much better. Fires burned constantly. The smoke choked the rooms. Even in great halls with open ceilings or vents in the roof, the build-up of soot was thick. People coughed year-round. Soot clung to every surface. The beams, the curtains, the bed linens. It clung to your skin. Beds were made of straw, animal hair, or rough wool. Linens were washed in cold water, if they were washed at all. Most people slept in their clothes, often in the same garments they'd worn all day in the kitchen, the stable, or the field. Sweat, smoke, oil, and filth soaked into the cloth and stayed there. Lice and fleas followed. Chamber pots were emptied in the morning, sometimes into pits, sometimes out windows. During winter, when the wind howled and the stone corridors froze over, people kept their waste indoors for longer than they should have. The smell became part of the castle's atmosphere. It wasn't shocking. It was expected. Servants cleaned what they could, wiped tables, swept ashes, washed dishes in freezing water hauled from the well. But it was never enough. How could it be? There were no gloves, no bleach, no concept of hygiene beyond what the church or tradition prescribed. The smell of decay, sweat, and old food followed people through the halls. Animals added to it. Horses in the stables, pigs in the outer yards, chickens nesting in corners, dogs wandering freely. They left droppings, shed fur, carried fleas of their own. It all blended together. The noble halls of legend weren't sterile palaces. They were noisy, crowded, stained environments, constantly one step away from disease. And still, people called them home. The filth wasn't just in the walls or on the floors. It followed people, clinging to them, stitched into their sleeves, soaked into every layer of fabric. The castle wasn't just cold and crowded. It was uncomfortable on the body. because what you wore wasn't chosen for comfort or self-expression. It was chosen for survival, and most of the time, it didn't work. Clothing in the medieval world was heavy, coarse, itchy. Even for the wealthy, softness was rare. Wool was everywhere, not the refined kind used in modern coats, but thick, rough, scratchy wool that irritated the skin and soaked up moisture. In winter, it stayed damp for days. In summer, it trapped heat and sweat. It chafed under the arms, behind the knees, around the neck. You wore it anyway, because it was all you had. Linen was used for undergarments if you were lucky, but it wasn't soft either. Not after washing it in ash, scrubbing it against stone, and drying it in the wind. Over time it stiffened, it cracked, but it was still better than having nothing beneath your outer layers. If you didn't wear something under your wool tunic or dress, the fabric would rub your skin raw. Clothes weren't washed often. Doing laundry was hard labor, hauling water, heating it over a fire, mixing it with harsh soap or lye, then beating and wringing the cloth dry. It took hours, sometimes days. Most people owned only 1 or 2 outfits. That meant they wore the same garments day after day, week after week. Dirt, smoke, sweat, grease, and waste all built up. You could smell someone long before you saw them. There were no belts with polished buckles, no buttons for ease. Fastenings were made of cords, ties, or pins, often handmade and easily lost. Getting dressed was a process. Removing layers took time. And for women in particular, clothing was both restrictive and symbolic. Tight sleeves, long hems, layers meant to show modesty and wealth, not movement or ease. Servant girls bent over fires in floor-length skirts. Noble women walked carefully to avoid dragging their hems through filth. Clothing was a daily burden. Armor was worse. For guards, squires, and knights in training, even basic protective wear was exhausting. Chainmail cut into the shoulders, leather stiffened in the cold and cracked in the heat. Wearing it for hours meant bruises, blisters, and skin that never fully healed. And if you were caught unprepared when conflict came, you'd have to throw it on over whatever filthy garments you'd already been sweating in all day. There were no washing machines, no clean closets, no fresh socks waiting in a drawer. Just layers of rough fabric, worn thin, passed down, patched, and re-worn again. When your skin is raw, your clothes never dry, and the air you breathe is thick with smoke and silence. Something shifts, not just in the body, but in the mind. Today, we'd call it stress, or trauma, or burnout. Back then, there were no words for it, no support, no understanding. In a medieval castle, suffering was expected, but no one talked about what happened when the weight of it became too much. Mental health didn't exist as a concept. If someone stopped speaking, grew withdrawn, or lashed out suddenly, it wasn't seen as a cry for help. It was seen as weakness, or sin, or possession. Melancholy was considered a spiritual affliction. Hysteria was a fault of the blood. Madness was something you locked away, exiled, or prayed over. Compassion was rare. Diagnosis was non-existent, and isolation only made things worse. The environment didn't help. Living in a castle meant constant pressure to obey, to endure, to fulfill your role. There was no escape from routine, no space for vulnerability. A servant who broke down risked losing their position. A noble who displayed fear or hesitation risked losing their influence. Everyone had to maintain appearances. Even grief had to be measured, expressed in a way that wouldn't disturb the order of things. Imagine watching someone waste away after a child's death, or after a battle. or after years of being treated as invisible. People grew hollow, silent, unreachable, and there was nothing around them but stone and ritual. A priest might offer penance, a physician might suggest herbs or bleeding, but there were no solutions, only survival or decline. For some, it turned inward, long periods of silence, lost appetite, aimless wandering. For others, it turned outward, sudden outbursts, fights, irrational decisions, and in either case, it could be dangerous, because there was no safety net. If your behavior disturbed the household, you were removed, sent to a distant monastery, locked in a room, branded a liability, or worse, suspected of demonic influence. Even children weren't spared. A boy who flinched at training was called a coward. A girl who wept too long after her arranged marriage was warned to harden her heart or be replaced. There was no language for anxiety, no understanding of trauma, just labels: obedient, defiant, useful, broken. And yet people carried on. They had to. They buried their breakdowns behind duty, behind silence, behind closed doors. Because in a castle, what mattered wasn't how you felt, it was whether you could keep functioning. Adults weren't the only ones carrying burdens behind the stone walls. Children grew up inside castles too, but they weren't shielded. They weren't nurtured the way we imagine childhood today. In truth, they weren't really seen as children at all. From the moment they could walk, they were being shaped into tools for marriage, for war, for service. There were no soft years, no room to discover who they were, only who they were expected to become. A noble boy might be sent away to another household at age 7, not for schooling, but to begin his real training. As a page, he would learn obedience first, how to serve, how to stay silent, how to dress and undress his master, polish his armor, memorize codes of conduct. The sword would come later. First, he had to prove he could follow orders without question. By 14, he might become a squire, learning the weight of weapons, the pain of training, the hierarchy of command. He'd be struck if he failed, praised only when he endured. And one day, if he survived and earned favor, he might be knighted. But even then, his life wouldn't be his own. He would serve, fight, obey, always. Noble girls didn't leave to train. They were trained where they were, often under the close watch of their mothers, aunts, or governesses. Their lives were built around preparation for marriage. They were taught how to run a household, how to stitch fine embroidery, how to carry themselves in a way that pleased suitors and avoided scandal. Their worth was measured by modesty, obedience, and the alliances they could help form. Marriage could come as early as 12. Consent was irrelevant. The union was a contract between families, a strategy for land, power, or protection. A girl might be handed off to a man twice her age and told to make a home in a place she'd never seen, among strangers she couldn't trust. She was expected to bear children, manage servants, and never complain. Even children of lower rank weren't spared. Boys began labor young, cleaning stables, carrying water, splitting wood. Girls learned to cook, sew, and care for infants before they reached adolescence. There was no playing in the modern sense. No toys, no freedom, no exploration. If they disobeyed, they were punished. If they broke something, they were beaten. Every mistake had a consequence, because even children were expected to serve the order of the castle. There was love sometimes, mothers who whispered stories, fathers who taught their sons how to ride. But affection was quiet, restrained, rarely public. Emotions were not encouraged. Sentiment was seen as softness, and softness had no place in a world built on survival. Not every threat in a castle came from outside, and not every defense relied on a sword. Sometimes survival came down to information, a single message delivered at the right time to the right person. But in a world with no phones, no satellites, and no reliable roads, sending a message wasn't simple. In fact, during a siege, it became almost impossible. Couriers were cut off, paths were blocked. Riders could be killed or captured before ever reaching the edge of the forest. That's why some castles relied on something most people today overlook entirely: birds. Pigeons were more than animals. They were infrastructure. Trained from birth to return to a single home, they could carry small messages across dozens, even hundreds, of miles. It wasn't magic, it was instinct. These birds were bred for loyalty to a single roost, and once released, they did everything in their power to return. They were quiet, fast, and hard to intercept. Castles that used pigeons had entire dovecotes, stone structures built into towers or set apart from the main keep. They weren't elaborate, just small, dark spaces filled with nesting boxes and fluttering wings. The birds were fed daily, kept healthy, sometimes even guarded. Losing a trained bird wasn't just a nuisance, it was a lost asset. Because pigeons couldn't be replaced easily, they had to be raised slowly, trained to recognize their home, and conditioned to fly in harsh weather. When a message had to be sent, the words were written on parchment, tiny scraps, rolled tightly and inserted into thin metal or leather tubes strapped to the bird's leg. The messages couldn't be long, just enough to carry a name, a direction, a warning. Sometimes it was a note from one noble to another. Other times it was a desperate cry from a besieged fortress. Low on food. Enemy at the eastern gate. Send help. Those words could mean the difference between survival and collapse. The release of a pigeon wasn't dramatic. No trumpet, no ceremony. Just a quiet hand extended from a tower window and a blur of wings against the sky. And then the waiting began. Pigeons didn't always make it. They could be picked off by hawks, blown off course in storms, caught by rival lords or bandits trained to spot them. There were even times when opposing forces would use decoy birds, sending false messages to mislead armies or bait a castle into opening its gates too early. Nothing was guaranteed. If the bird did arrive safely, it landed at its home roost, where someone, often a trained attendant or guard, would remove the message, read it, and rush it to the proper recipient. In moments like that, entire military decisions turned on a sentence no longer than a single breath. Reinforcements were sent, defenses repositioned, truces arranged. Sometimes a castle avoided destruction entirely because a bird flew fast enough. But if the pigeon didn't come back, if hours passed, then days, people noticed. Silence was just as loud. The absence of a message meant that something had gone wrong. Maybe the messenger was dead. Maybe the stronghold they were meant to reach had already fallen. Either way, it created a vacuum, one that had to be filled with guessing, suspicion, or panic. And for all their importance, pigeons were never honored. They weren't pets, they weren't decorated, they were tools. Dirty, fluttering, noisy animals kept in the corner of a tower, cared for because they were useful, forgotten the moment they weren't. Still, some were remembered, not by name, but by consequence. The bird that brought word of a surprise attack, the one that warned of poisoned wells, the one that never arrived, and whose absence cost a town its defenders. These moments weren't written in books, but they echoed in corridors long after the feathers had settled. Messages could fly through the sky, silent and swift, but life inside the castle still moved at the speed of stone and fire. And when the day ended, when the light dropped low across the hills and the sky turned iron grey, the castle made a decision, not with words, but with iron and timber. It closed. The curfew wasn't optional, it wasn't symbolic. When the gates shut for the night, they shut completely. The drawbridge was raised with grinding chains, the portcullis dropped with a thundering echo, and if you weren't inside the walls by then, you weren't getting in. It didn't matter who you were, farmer, trader, knight or noble's son. No one risked reopening the gate after dark. This wasn't about cruelty, it was about survival. The dark beyond the walls wasn't quiet. Bandits, wild animals, rival scouts, all of them used the cover of night. Roads disappeared in fog. Travelers vanished in ambush. To keep the gates open was to invite uncertainty. And in a world where one misstep could cost dozens of lives, that wasn't a chance anyone would take. So each evening followed the same rhythm. Guards patrolled the walls, scanning the tree line for movement. The watch captain counted down the final hour. Bells were rung to signal the approach of closure. Villagers, workers, travellers, everyone knew the sound. It meant move faster, finish the trade, collect the tools, get back inside. Within minutes the courtyard shifted. Carts rattled through the gate at a desperate pace. Children were scooped up, livestock herded in, stragglers shouted to be seen, and the guards watched the horizon, not for threats, but for latecomers, because no one wanted to be the one who decided to close the gate just before a friend or family member came into view. But once the call was made, it was final. The drawbridge was hauled up, locks engaged, torches lit along the walls, and everything beyond the gate became something else, not just outside, but unknown, untouchable. If someone knocked, they'd be ignored. If someone screamed, they might be heard, but not helped. Because opening the gate after curfew risked the lives of everyone inside. A disguised enemy, a distraction, a trap. Those who arrived late had choices, none of them good. Some lit fires and camped just beyond the walls, hoping the night would pass without trouble. Others found shelter in trees, ditches, or the ruins of old buildings. A few tried bribery, pressing coins through the bars to a sympathetic guard. And occasionally someone would try to climb the outer wall. Those who made it rarely did so quietly. Those who failed were often found the next morning. The fear wasn't just of what was out there, it was of what being out there meant. Vulnerability, exposure, being cut off. The walls of a castle didn't just offer protection, they created division. Those who were inside and those who weren't. And when night fell, that division became absolute. The gates may have kept enemies out, but there was one presence they couldn't hold back, no matter how high the walls or how many guards stood watch. It moved in silence. It passed through stone and timber, through linen and iron. It lived in the air, in the water, in the crowded halls and cramped sleeping quarters. In a medieval castle, death wasn't something rare or distant. It was everywhere, constant, unavoidable. To live inside a castle was not to be shielded from death. It was to be surrounded by it. People died young. They died suddenly. and often they died without warning or explanation. Disease spread fast in close quarters. A fever could take down a servant in days. A bad cut could turn septic and end a soldier's life in a week. Children died before they ever learned to walk. Women died in childbirth. Men died in battle, or from injuries that today wouldn't even require a hospital stay. There was no way to prepare for it. One day, a familiar face would be beside you, serving food, standing guard, kneeling in the chapel. The next day, they were gone. Their bedding burned, their name whispered. Sometimes there was a priest, sometimes not. Burials happened quickly. Graves were shallow. Wooden markers replaced with stone only if the person mattered to someone powerful. Death didn't pause for holidays or spare the highborn. Noble families lost sons to riding accidents, infections, falls from towers and poisoned feasts. They lost daughters in childbirth, in illness, or in arrangements gone wrong. And even when the dying happened quietly, it still left a mark. A room sealed off, a place at the table left empty, the air in the castle thick with things left unsaid. And when death came in waves, through plague, famine, or siege, the entire structure of the castle shifted. Rooms were turned into sick bays. Servants abandoned their posts. Fear spread faster than illness. People stopped speaking in full sentences. They stopped making eye contact. They waited, and they counted. Death wasn't always violent, but it was always close. Hanging punishments were carried out in courtyards, sometimes for crimes, sometimes for politics. Bodies left as warnings. Executions were public, and everyone, even children, were expected to watch, to learn, to absorb the reality that this place, for all its grandeur, was built just as much on endings as it was on legacy. The church told them death was not the end, that something else waited beyond. But what came before that, the moment itself, was raw and physical. People died in pain, in silence, in fear, and those who survived were expected to continue as though nothing had happened. No grief leave, no therapy, no explanation, just another name lost to the stone. Silence in a castle was rare, and when it did come, it wasn't peaceful. It was eerie, because most of the time, the air was filled with sound, heavy, unfiltered, overlapping noise that never stopped. In modern life, we think of quiet as a luxury. In a medieval castle, it was almost unnatural. From before sunrise until long after nightfall, the castle vibrated with motion. Blacksmiths hammered iron in the courtyard, rhythmic metallic strikes echoing off stone. Cooks barked orders in the kitchen, pots clanged, firewood cracked, spits turned with a groan. Outside, livestock called out, oxen bellowing, pigs squealing, horses stamping and snorting. Dogs barked in response. Geese honked in the yard. Roosters crowed whether the sun was up or not. Within the walls, the sound of footsteps never faded. Stone carries noise, and even the lightest boot could be heard from rooms away. Guards marched in pairs, armor clinking with every shift of weight. Servants hurried up and down staircases, dragging baskets, crates, buckets of water. Every action made noise, and there was no insulation to soften it. Voices layered on top of everything. Lords in debate, ladies giving orders, pages reciting lessons, messengers reporting breathlessly after a ride. Echoes twisted the sound so that it seemed to come from everywhere at once. You could never quite tell who was speaking or where they were. Secrets were hard to keep in a place where whispers carried through the stone. Children added to it in their own way, running down halls, shouting through courtyards, clattering wooden toys, crying when scolded. Even their laughter wasn't soft. It bounced, sharp and sudden, sometimes a welcome sound, sometimes a reminder that there was no escape, even from joy. The chapel was one of the only places built for quiet, and even there, the silence was heavy, broken by the scrape of a bench, the murmur of prayer, the cough of someone too afraid to speak, but too sick to stop. Silence didn't soothe. It reminded people something was wrong. At night, the noise didn't disappear. It just changed. The kitchens quieted, but the fires crackled in their places. The rafters popped and shifted in the cooling air. Wind whistled through arrow slits. Rats skittered through the rushes. A scream might echo from the outer fields, a fox catching a hen, a traveller caught too far from shelter, a nightmare voiced in sleep. The guards didn't stop moving. Boots thudded softly along the battlements. Keys rattled on iron rings. A portcullis groaned as it was checked for the third time. Torches hissed in their brackets. And from above, pigeons shifted in the dovecotes, wings fluttering against stone. Even sleep wasn't immune. Most people didn't have private rooms. They slept in groups, servants on pallets, squires on benches, nobles with attendants nearby. Every shift in bedding, every breath, every cough or murmur was shared. There were no doors to close out the world, no soft mattresses to drown out the noise. You slept in it, or you didn't sleep at all. And over time, the sound became background, not because it faded, but because people learned to live inside of it, to interpret it. A certain footstep meant danger, a certain cough meant illness, a certain kind of silence meant something was missing or about to happen. The noise was constant, the pressure was constant, but so was the hunger. And when the noise quieted for even a moment, when the work paused or the sky dimmed, the next question was always the same. What's to eat? Food was never taken for granted in a medieval castle. Even when the kitchen smelled rich with roasted meat and spiced wine, not everyone got a seat at the table. And when things got lean, during siege, famine, or winter, meals became a test of loyalty, resourcefulness, and sometimes desperation. At a glance, it might have looked like the castle ate well, and sometimes it did. Roasted swan, haunches of venison, steaming pies stuffed with minced meat, fruit, and herbs. Nobles dined with elaborate spreads, dozens of dishes laid out in courses, sweet and savoury mixed together in strange combinations. But those feasts weren't every day. They were reserved for holidays, political visits, or celebrations, and only the privileged few sat within reach. The majority of the castle's population, guards, servants, grooms, cooks, labourers, ate something else entirely. Their meals were based on availability, not variety. Porridge thick with barley or oats. Bread so dense it could go stale in a day and still be eaten a week later. Beans, onions, and leeks boiled into watery stews. If meat was served, it was often stringy cuts, salted beyond taste, or boiled until the bones turned soft. Sometimes you didn't eat meat for weeks. Fresh produce was rare, especially in winter. Apples shriveled in storage. Root vegetables lasted longest, carrots, turnips, parsnips, but even those began to rot by the end of the season. Spices were reserved for the wealthy. Most meals were bland, repetitive, and heavy. You ate to survive, not to enjoy. And when the supplies ran low, things got grim. Bones were boiled again and again for every last trace of fat. Bread was stretched with acorns or bark flour. Spoiled meat was rinsed and cooked until the rot was masked or ignored. People chewed leather, ate moss, searched corners of storerooms for crumbs or mold-covered cheese that might be scraped clean. The livestock that once pulled carts or guarded flocks were slaughtered. Horses, once symbols of wealth and pride, were carved into rations. Dogs disappeared. Even pigeons, once carriers of critical messages, ended up in stew pots. But the worst of it wasn't the food itself. It was the hierarchy. Who got fed first? Who got the best cut? Who was allowed seconds and who was told to go without? Lords ate before their knights, knights before guards, guards before servants. And if you were a child or a scullery maid or a stable hand, you were last, if anything was left. That meant meals weren't just about hunger. They were about control, about survival. People hoarded scraps, hid food under their cloaks, bribed kitchen workers, watched their neighbors with suspicion when the portions grew smaller. More than one fight broke out over a heel of bread or a stolen onion, and more than one person starved while the nobles still feasted above them. Even on good days, food was political. It was rationed, withheld, gifted, or weaponized. What landed on your plate said everything about where you stood and how close you might be to falling. Meals kept people going, barely. But what people wore to work, to fight, or simply to survive often worked against them. Whether it was stitched from cloth or forged in iron, the gear of medieval life wasn't built for comfort. It was built to last, to endure, and sometimes to punish. Nowhere was that clearer than in the armor, the leather, and the daily garments worn by the castle's defenders. Armor wasn't something worn casually. It was heavy, hot, restrictive, and most of the time, it wasn't even full plate. That image belongs to the later centuries. For most of the medieval period, knights and guards wore a patchwork of protection: chainmail shirts, thick leather brigandines reinforced with metal plates, helmets that blocked sight and muffled sound. Chainmail alone could weigh 40 pounds, hanging off the shoulders and pulling at the spine. Add a sword, shield or crossbow, and the load only grew heavier. Putting it on took time and help. A squire or fellow guard had to assist, tightening straps, adjusting padding, making sure the pieces didn't pinch or tear through layers beneath. And once you were suited up, you stayed that way until the shift was over, no matter the heat, the smell, or the weight digging into your bones. Movement was possible but not fluid. Running was slow. Climbing stairs was exhausting. In winter, the metal turned ice cold, numbing the skin beneath. In summer, it trapped heat, turning the inside of a helmet into a furnace. Guards standing watch for hours at a time often swayed, not from sleepiness, but from muscle fatigue. And if you fainted in full armor, there was no getting up on your own. But armor wasn't the only burden. Even servants and laborers wore layers that worked against them. Stiff leather aprons, scratchy wool tunics, coarse rope belts. Nothing was soft, nothing was flexible. The boots were rough cut and often mismatched. Gloves, when worn at all, offered little protection. Skin cracked, fingers blistered, toes went numb. And still, the work went on. Training in armor was part of life for any boy meant to become a knight. Swinging a sword while wearing 40 pounds of gear wasn't about heroism. It was about pain tolerance. Bruised ribs, strained shoulders, split knuckles. These were the lessons of daily drills. Those who broke down didn't advance. They were sent home, or worse, sent to serve. In battle, armor helped, until it didn't. A blade that struck at just the right angle could pierce the rings of chainmail or find the seam between plates. Arrows could break ribs through padding. Falling in armor often meant injury or death, simply from the weight crushing down. Drowning while armored was a known risk. So was heat stroke, an infection from wounds no one could properly clean. And for those who weren't noble, the guards, the mercenaries, the men-at-arms, the armor wasn't custom-made. It was reused, pieced together from fallen soldiers, refitted by blacksmiths who had more work than time. If a helmet didn't sit right, or a chest plate pinched the lungs, you didn't complain. You wore it anyway, because even flawed armor was better than nothing. And in a world where protection was earned, not guaranteed, most people took what they could get. The armor came off at night, if you were lucky, if you were inside, if you were in the right place, at the right time, on the right side of the gate. Because when the sun dipped below the hills and the torches began to flicker along the walls, the castle changed. What was open became closed, what was public became guarded, and what was outside stayed outside. The curfew wasn't a suggestion, it was the law, set by bells, by the fading light, by the instincts of people who had seen what came crawling through the dark. As the final hour approached, everything moved with urgency. Merchants packed up their stalls, travelers rushed back to the gate, farmers herded livestock in with sticks and shouting, stragglers ran, eyes darting to the horizon, hoping they hadn't waited too long. Inside the walls, guards prepared for lockdown. The portcullis was lowered, the drawbridge raised with the creak of chains and the groan of wet wood. Iron locks snapped shut on heavy doors, and once the final bolt slid into place, the castle was sealed. No bribes, no exceptions. The fear wasn't just bandits, though those existed, hiding in tree lines and hills, waiting for the cover of night. It was wolves, wild dogs, drunken soldiers with loose morals, rival scouts testing the edges of enemy land. The dark itself was a danger. Paths became invisible. A simple misstep could lead to injury, and an injury outside the walls meant no help was coming. Those left outside had to make choices, fast. Some set up makeshift camps, fires huddled low, bedrolls drawn tight, backs to the stone wall as if it offered protection. Others retreated to the forest, hiding from worse things than animals. A few wandered, hoping to find a nearby village or abbey with softer rules. And there were those who didn't make it at all, either because they misjudged the time or because something else found them first. Inside the castle, people slept, knowing others hadn't made it. Sometimes they heard the screams, or the banging on the gate, or the begging. But the rules didn't bend. If someone knocked after curfew, it was a test, a trick. It could be a trap, a disguised enemy, a diseased traveler, or just someone desperate. But desperation didn't open doors. There were stories passed through the halls about guards who disobeyed and opened the gate, and what followed. Sometimes it was nothing. Other times it was everything: fire, blood, betrayal. So the stories served a purpose. They reminded people why the door stayed shut, why the curfew mattered, why even nobles obeyed it without question. For the poor, curfew was more than just dangerous. It was defining. It marked who was allowed inside and who was not, who had a place and who didn't. The sound of the gate locking was a daily judgment, a line between safety and exposure, between belonging and exile. And even if you were inside, you felt it. The quiet tension that came with knowing someone else wasn't. The hollow echo of the outer courtyard once the noise died down. The slow burn of torches on the wall, lighting a space no one could enter anymore. Some people died in battle. Some died from infection or childbirth or a fall from a tower. But most didn't go out in a blaze of glory. Most simply wore down. And in the stillness after curfew, in the cold corners of the castle where no one lingered, they passed quietly, without ceremony, without comfort, because in a medieval fortress, death wasn't exceptional, it was expected. It could happen anywhere. In the kitchens, an older cook slumped over the hearth. In the guardroom, a soldier fell asleep and never woke up. In the chapel, someone collapsed while kneeling. There were no doctors to offer explanations, no post-mortems, just silence, the whisper of a prayer, and then the removal. When someone died, the castle didn't stop. Work continued, meals were prepared, floors were swept. The gears of daily life kept turning because they had to. Death was not allowed to interrupt function, and grief, if it was acknowledged at all, had to be quiet, private, and short-lived. Most people simply didn't have the time or permission to mourn. If the deceased was noble, there might be a small procession, a draped cloth, a handful of candles, a priest to speak of duty, of virtue, of God's will. But even then, it wasn't drawn out. The body had to be dealt with before it became a problem. There was no embalming, no refrigeration, and castles were not built for lingering death. The cold helped preserve, but only for so long. For commoners, it was faster. A servant who died in their sleep would be carried out before most of the household even woke, buried in a shallow grave beyond the wall, marked if someone cared, unmarked if no one did. Their belongings, few as they were, redistributed or burned. Their names spoken once more, then not again. And sometimes death didn't even get that much attention. In times of plague, the bodies came faster than they could be buried. People stopped counting, stopped looking. Corpses were piled in carts, taken to the edge of the property, covered, forgotten. Entire wings of castles were sealed off, whole rooms locked permanently, with the beds still made and the firewood still stacked. The fear wasn't just of death, it was of what came after. Was the soul at peace? Was the body buried on consecrated ground? Had the final rites been said? If not, the fear took root, that the soul would wander, that the spirit would remain inside the walls, watching, waiting. Even the most rational men refused to sleep in certain chambers, not because they'd seen anything, but because too many others had. The architecture itself absorbed the deaths. The stones darkened from blood, soot, weather, but also memory. There were always places no one liked to go, a hallway that felt colder, a staircase that creaked when no one was there. People didn't talk about it directly, but everyone noticed, and still no one questioned it. Death was part of the rhythm, like curfew, like cold, like hunger. It was simply something you lived beside until it came for you and someone else took your place at the table. By now, you know what it felt like to live inside stone. You've seen the cold, the filth, the politics, the violence, the silence that wasn't really silence. But there's one last truth you have to understand, one that slips past the surface in most stories. Life inside a castle was never still, not even at its quietest. The noise didn't stop when the sun set. It didn't stop when the gates closed. And it certainly didn't stop when someone died. There was always a sound, always a presence, always something pressing in. The blacksmith's hammer, the crackle of fire, the groan of a portcullis, the breath of oxen in the lower yard. Even in sleep, there were boots on stone, water dripping from the ceiling, wind squeezing through narrow slits in the tower walls, people coughing, talking in their dreams, stirring on pallets laid too close together. Castles weren't large in the modern sense. There were no private wings, no isolation. Everything echoed. A slammed door in one hall could be heard 3 floors away. Arguments travelled, so did laughter, and so did fear. Even a whisper had a way of stretching across distance, bouncing off stone and wood, until it wasn't a secret anymore. There were layers to the noise. The outer layer was work, carts, hooves, tools scraping across flagstones, the rhythm of labour. Beneath that was life itself, chewing, shivering, praying, pacing. And deeper still were the sounds no one wanted to talk about. The quiet sobs behind chapel doors, the harsh silence after a punishment, the strange animal sounds that came from fevered sickness in the night. A man's last breath, a woman's cry during childbirth, a child coughing for hours. Even joy had its weight. A feast came with music, sure, with the clink of goblets and the scrape of chairs, but it also came with tension. Who was watching? Who would be punished for spilling wine? Who would be ignored? The louder the laughter, the more it covered the things no one wanted to name. And when something did happen, a fight, a betrayal, a death, it wasn't the screaming that haunted people. It was what followed. The hush, the doors that closed, the sudden absence of footsteps where they used to be. Even the castle itself made noise. Stone settles, wood swells, towers creak, the moat moves. A castle alive with people is never fully at rest. And when the people are gone, it doesn't stop sounding like one. It echoes with what was. It holds memory in its walls, in the way wind curls around a parapet, or how stairs seem to breathe beneath your weight. That's why castles feel haunted, not because of ghosts, but because of what they witnessed, the lives they contained, the pressure, the repetition, the grind. Generations living the same day, over and over, thinking they were safe while slowly wearing down. No warmth, no privacy, no true escape. And still, people endured. They laughed where they could. They loved where it was allowed. They raised children and tried to rise in rank and prayed for harvests they couldn't control. The castle took something from everyone, but people still found ways to keep going inside it. That's the final truth. The weight wasn't just on the body, it was in the air, it was in the rhythm, and it never really lifted. The walls have gone quiet now, the torches have burned low. The halls we walked together, filled with iron and breath and burden, are behind us. You've seen what it was like to live in that time. You've felt the weight of wool on your back, the cold of stone beneath your feet, the smell of smoke in every breath. You've stood in the courtyard before curfew, wondering if the gate would close in time. You've waited in the dark, listening for the clatter of armor or the scratch of rats in the floor rushes. And now, you're here, not behind a portcullis, not under a collapsing timber roof, not in a shared chamber with 5 other bodies pressed against you for warmth. You're in a bed, alone, or with someone you love, with real walls, with heat or air conditioning, or maybe just a quiet fan, with blankets that don't itch, with pillows that don't smell of wet feathers, with peace. No matter what your day held, no matter how hard, how chaotic, how loud, you are still living in a time they could have only dreamed of. You have restrooms with doors, water that runs clear and warm, medicine that works, food that doesn't spoil in the night, a door you can lock not with a timber bar, but with a soft click that doesn't shake the entire room. And here, right now, you have this: stillness, safety, clean sheets, a place to breathe without checking the horizon, a place to let go. So let the castle fade behind you now. Let the iron cool. Let the walls soften. Let the fire go out. You made it through the gates. You're inside. You're home. And tonight, you rest in a bed that someone from that world wouldn't even know how to describe. Sleep well. You've earned it.